What's up, guys? Demonstrate servers be like hurt? Why? What happened? Is it lagging? It's up to date. What's wrong? Yo. So we retested the trend and then failed. Really hard. Seems like a rescue mission. Yeah, on ES. Pushed a little higher than I thought we could get. $4, I guess. Is that right? Yeah. Oh, there goes 6620. Hmm. It's safe to upgrade now. Always has been. $5,500 SPX December 19 puts too far out of the money. Probably. Standard corrections never more than, like, you should never assume more than 3%. As a good, like, rule of thumb. And 3% of the downside from spot right now, which would be the largest pullback since April, would be like 64.25. Not a ton of gamma between here and 6600. There's enough, but yeah, there's a little bit of support at 15 that we'll need to breach. If we get under 16 though, straight to 6600, pretty much. There is, while there isn't a lot of gamma, there's a fair amount of delta to move things along. Delta's not flat or anything to the downside, and it's also positive, so squeezes down. What happened to the rescue effort for the calls? They got him. I predicted this. This was scenario 1. How do I do this? I'm not going to question it. How dumb was it to cut yesterday? I don't think the cut matters. I mean, stupid, but it doesn't really matter. Gherk's right up this morning is what happened. Yeah, pretty much. I'd make so much more money if I threw risk management out the window and just listened to myself. Alright. I'm done being outraged. Where was the write-up? The same fucking place it is every night. You know what? Fine. Here. You can read it with the class. No, I can't read. Some of y'all don't have an 8-point checklist to run through shows. Is it 7 points of data and then throw it all out and read what I write at the end of Pickles Picks? I thought you guys just only read the last paragraph of Pickles Picks. Because I did an entire write-up at the beginning of the week. It was like 1,000 words on why the Fed not pulling QT would be more bearish than a rate cut would be bullish. And I don't think anyone fucking read it. I rolled the whole thing, but I can't pretend to understand most of it. I'm gonna start posting shit on Reddit again. At least people read what I wrote. They didn't understand it, but they read it. Thanks, numerology, Mike. We just start a platform called Understand It. Oh, the charts I post are just from like this scraper I have. It just rummages around the internet and scrapes institutional reports that people post because I don't want to pay for them. Although, well, I get some, but I don't get all of them. Fidelity's kind of limited. So's IBKR. Like on the research side, you can only get so much out of them. And Fidelity keeps locking it after they grant me access, which is even more fucking annoying. Hey, look, it bounced. What? Sold puts under 66.20? Who could have predicted that happening? Hello, Glorp. I tried to have a rap battle with Miss Nuke this morning before she went to work, and she said, I don't have time to have a rap battle. Whoa! Whoa. Hold on. We need to pause the engagement. Yeah, that's exactly what somebody would say if they were about to lose in a rap battle. She didn't want that smoke early in the morning. We didn't go under 16, did we? Yeah, like a little, but no volume. I said under 15, not 16. Fine, I didn't account for momentum. Whatever. Fuck off. Pickle Jar blown up the bid on Fubo? No. Ooh, my thesis is correct. Haha! Can you show the super top thingy? Excuse you? Are you referring to my put call indicator? What was the thesis? Oh, that Disney cut a deal with Trump to push through pending mergers at the FCC and fired Kimmel. And I hate Jimmy Kimmel with a passion. However, I do like free speech. I make use of it all the time. Fascists don't like free speech. They only like their free speech to be free. That's how you can tell they're fascists. It makes it really obvious. He's the most boring milquetoast television host that I've ever seen. Who was the guy with the gray hair and the cars? He was more edgy. What milk toast precious? Leno. Yeah, that one. Dan Bilzerian. Intel and Nvidia aren't merging. Nvidia just bought Intel stock. Don't worry, there's plenty of it to go around, and there will be more. Miss Nuke's mom is coming down today. She's staying with us, and I'm scared. Hold me, Papa. Despite what you've seen in the videos, Nuke, that doesn't happen in real life. It's okay. And if she does get stuck in the washing machine, call us, call a serviceman. It does when you look like me. Nuke calls the serviceman. Serviceman takes one look at Nuke. Also gets stuck in the washing machine. Inverse head and shoulder neckline? Well, it's not an inverse head and shoulder because the reversal failed. So first you have to get the full reversal back to whatever the fuck that is. 27 or whatever. This is a lower high, so it's still trending down. That left a big gap. It did. But the reversal's complete. Hmm. Just above VWAP on ES here. Didn't close the downside gap either. Implied move. Okay. Hmm. Let's see what's going on out here. Yeah, a little bit of resistance at 45, although not a ton at 40. Gamma's pretty flat around spot. Support at 30, resistance at 45. 35, 40 are flat. Some puts being bought back out of the money. Calls to the upside. 45, 50. Bot puts coming in at 40 and 35. Profit taking on the 40 call, like a little bit. But still bot calls at 45, 50, 55, 60. Weird. Almost over the hump here. Can't tell if those are short calls being bought back. Yeah, probably. Check the DM. It's just the sedative that I needed. Ooh, nice. Hmm. 703. Ugh. The LEI is still marching down. Here's the 45 test. Getting pretty close to the implied move. Yeah, like 47. Yeah, not bad. It's still not super well supported. Although another failure would definitely have a hard time breaching 20. There's some support. It's just not a lot. Mm. I think this is a bit of a more futures based push anyway. Probably because they got fucked overnight. We're still quite far off of the futures tests for the upside. Uh, falls flattened out. Nice. Crowd's up 10%. Downs within the next 2 weeks. I think after OPEC's, a lot of, well, the AM expiry, after the AM expiry, we'd probably lose a lot of the supportive flows from Charm and Vana. We'll have to see if they rebuild in the following week as we go into like the Vixpiration. But if realized vol picks up, even on the upside move, that would probably be a little bearish. The problem is we keep closing like close over close has like basically been the same for several days, which is crushing historic vol. Nice McConaughey. Still some bot puts to the downside sitting there, 40 and 30. Some bot puts coming in at 50 and 45. A few. Mostly just sold calls to the upside of spot now. Still doesn't look like a lot of options volume on this move. So I would say still being driven largely by futures. What's the upside range for today? Like 65, 70. Downsides like pretty close to yesterday's low. Although I'm not really sure gamma or delta fall off sharply enough for us to ever get there. Maybe we could pull back to 25 at most. And probably not anytime soon. What's up, Nick? You may refresh now. Ooh, I'm on it. Wee! Stuff. Aha! Oh, it's so much better. I love them. How do we stop them from doing that? That thing where they like fucking auto scale weird. Do we need auto scale on that chart? Yeah. Yeah. You could just make the y-axis 0 to 100. Oh, okay. What about when greater than 100? On intraday contracts? Once every 15 years, maybe. Then I get a DM. Nuke the IV is broken. Yeah, I know. Here's the implied move test. Do you guys think that this currently 4.37 sigma move to the upside is too much? Full reversal on ES is a 67.12.50 test. They're still a little bit lower than the high. Or, well, lower than the reversal, I guess. The high is actually up at like 67.19. Ooh. Oh, nice. Bot puts out of the money 40, 35, 30. Some profit taking on the 45 and 35 calls. Looks like the 60s and 65s closed there a bit too. If we get profit taking on the 50 calls, this can dump a little bit. Gaps at 41, 28, and 17 to the downside. Decent push up and vol. Yeah, we were. We hit the expected move. Generally prompts some profit taking. We'll just have to see how much damage the profit taking does, though. Does a lot more if we lose 45, but that also means bulls will want to try to hold 45. VWAP's back at 66.93 on ES. I'll have to say. There's still a 67, 12, 46 test, maybe. There it is. Okay, that's the reversal on ES. $12.50. Sorry. 50 calls are in the money. Ends at 66.66. Can I lose 50? Not easy. But there's like no downside support, really. Just bot calls. Sold put support's still back at like 66.25. A little bit at 35. Left another gap at 48 below us. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 downside gaps on the daily. Yeah, still kind of looks like an upside rescue, just because the sold put volume is so low. A lot of this is like call driven, and there's not a lot of well, on the option side of it, what volume there is seems to be like call driven, which generally isn't very persistent. I don't think there's a lot of delta left. There's a lot at 50, but not too much. Falls off really hard above like 70. Hmm. Spots mostly supported by 66.50, 66.55 calls. And there's still bot puts to the downside at 40 and 30. Doesn't look like they're selling a lot of puts either. So vol's still kind of moving up. Although how much of that is just squeezing sold calls from yesterday, I'm not sure. I mean, like NQ's almost at its like 24.8 test. About $3 off. Jesus Christ. Starting to sell some 50, 55, 60, 65 puts. 70. Can I short this? We retest the trend where 67.18 or so. Ball's starting to skew to the downside a bit. NQ is getting its like 24/8 profit taking right now. Although it's got a few supports back to the downside before a failure. First gap is at 48. Probably a failure of 45. Yeah, failure of 45 to confirm a rejection. But things do get spicy under 45. Let's see what's going on with the bot calls. They're not really falling off. Not yet. Sold calls picked up at 65.70. We're way above the 1929 trend. That shit's back at like 6,200. Almost like we're in a bubble. We're in the biggest bubble ever, based on historic bubbles. Well, a bunch of call sellers just slapped the 66, 65, and 70 calls, so I would say if we're going to test those levels, it's not going to be right now. Maybe after repositioning. Small profit taking on the 50s. A little bit. Not really very significant, though. Like 100 contracts. There are some bot puts coming in at 55. If the bot puts at 55 can shake out the 55 calls, then the 50 calls really don't have a lot of support, if any. And that could start to push us into the out of the money puts that are bought. But now Actually, sold put support is still at 25, so it's still quite a lot of downside. Open. It doesn't mean it's going to get realized, but there's a lot open, especially if vol picks up, and it is skewed to the downside right now, so could be interesting. Might take a minute. And by a minute, I mean like all fucking day. Market is forward looking, yeah, but the future's shit, so that's clearly not entirely true. We didn't have tech in 1929. We had gigantic monopolies that were worth arguably more than any tech company nowadays. If you adjust. We had like three corporations that were responsible for like 90% of the GDP. I don't give a shit. I bought a put at the top, so I'm good. Let's fill some gappies. First one's here at 48. Did we fill it? We're almost back to the high on IV for the day. Or VIX, I guess, rather. Pivot to bonds. I could see that. Not just bonds, though. Currency. Currency's a pretty good hedge. Like foreign currencies are a pretty good hedge right now. Foreign equities. Emerging market bonds. Probably not US bonds, at least not at the top of the curve. I think there would be a lack of faith there. Junk. Dividend stocks. Do you guys have a screen option like the stream anytime soon? Yeah. Next couple of weeks we're adding the second, like the version 2 of the real-time data, which is what this is. Although version 1's fine. I mean, it's still very, very effective. This just adds more stuff. First downside gap filled. Next one's at 41. That one's important. A little bit of negative gamma here. Well, on the 15-minute. Careful, because it's not probably negative on the daily. See? I still think 45 is pretty important though, because that's where you start to get capitulation on the 50 calls, of which there are still a metric fuck ton. Bot puts at 40. There's definitely still more room to the downside. Might find some stability around like 6704. This is where we got our previous bounce. So maybe like a little bit more netting here. Gains in vol are flattening a bit. Still higher. Still higher IV to the downside. There's gaps at 41, 28, and 17, and then an opening gap down to 6,600. It'd be fun to see Fute's dump. It would be, but only because I shorted ES at 67.17. Ooh, starting to pressure 45, which I actually like quite a bit. Bot puts at 66.40 just picked up. Bot puts coming in 50, 55, 45, 40, 35. Bull's trying to hold the line at 45 a little bit. Careful. Make sure that we lose 45 completely. Moving towards this 41 downside gap. Left an upside gap at 44. Mm, hmm. All right, retest 45. Filled the gap. We filled it pretty quick too. We didn't fill the downside gap, so that's probably a continuation. Also, downside IV is picking up quite a lot. Yeah, bulls coming in 45, 50, 55. Bears 40, 35. Ooh, contested a little bit. Are bulls gonna get fucked here? Hmm. Not yet. 39. Mm, hmm. Fall's coming down. There's some sold puts coming in. Well, that's tricky. Sneaky bears. VWAP on ES is at like 66.95. That's interesting. They bought a lot of calls for them to not go in the money. Capitulating? Ooh. Yeah, looks like the 50-55s sloughed off. Bought puts coming in 40, 35, 30, 25. A few at 45, but not many. There's still bot calls at 45 that haven't dropped yet, though. So still more chop until those capitulate. I think we filled the downside gap, maybe? Or we're very close to filling it. What was the low here? 52. Oh, not quite. There, now it's filled. And ES losing 6,700. SPX losing 40. Support at 30. Gap at 28 and 17. Okay, that shit's actually kind of bearish. Huh, look at that. Bulls did get fucked. Nice. There's still more room to the downside. I'm stopped out. Too many contracts to risk a bounce. I'm into that shit. That's because you're a fucking degenerate, animal. Me, I just like to make money every day. A little bit, a lot, doesn't matter. All adds up. Who's stronger, the huge cluster of sold puts or the gamma flip? Well, they sold them below the gamma flip for a reason, but I would say that the gamma flip. There's actually like the 25, 30 sold puts have been pulling back. Bulls are buying the 30 call right now a little bit, and Bears are buying the 40 put. So probably some chop here. We're not overextended to the downside by any means. Not sure how NVIDIA gets banned in China and blows their money on Intel, and that's seen as a positive development. Money's a flat circle. I know, need to. Otherwise, they'd be a sphere. Uh, ES testing VWAP. Alright, start to be. Watch out for bounces. We're getting into that range where this is getting a bit overextended, and bears are going to want to take some profits. There's still a gap at 28. I just don't see how we test it. Bot put's coming in 30, 25, 20. Well, bots at close, I guess, is more accurate. Vol's not picking up anymore, though. IV around spots kind of flattening out, so not a lot of. It's still a little, it's still a little skewed to the downside. God, I love this nuke. This is so much fucking better. The perfect solution. I was getting scared there. I was afraid we were going to have to give people more alpha. How are my 6,300 and 6,800 800 end of week strata looking? Both go in the money, right? No. Is this risk management? It's the kind of the opposite. Sometimes I wonder if I'm not the new Buffett. Okay, well, that I believe. Bounce. I feel like back to the implied move would be nice. Why does this hate me, Nuke? Why won't it give me a crosshair on the right side of price? Bot calls 66.45 coming in. Ew. Huh. Interesting. Rejected off of the 6,700 test a little. See if AV picks up. Flat to the upside. That's not very encouraging. Put selling's picking up a little bit, but not enough. Slightly higher low. See if they push for 45 again. Ah, fuck. Ooh, that was wild. Fat wick. Jesus. Well, fat wick on ES. Wait, was that on this one? Yeah. Not a fat wick on MES, which is kind of interesting. What was the low there? 34. Yeah, it looks bullish. Shook off some bearish positioning. Sold puts 30, 35. Sold puts coming in at 45. 45 synthetic long now. Or, well, shifting synthetic long, I guess. Any more bot puts? No. Bot puts at 66.40 are closing. Probably upside resistance at the implied move. Yeah, it's not the best bounce. It's still out above trend and just consolidating, which I don't think is super bearish. Still got a little bit of a rough patch to the upside to grind through, but bull's dropping any leverage. There's some 66 25 20 puts bought to the downside. It's a little bit of vol. Volume? No, it's not enough volume. Although it did move up a little. Oh, nope, just exactly the same. Okay, never mind. Oh, nice. What kind of coffee you having? Ooh, fancy. They are cheap. They're not bad though. I've had them before. I'm also having an Americano. It's iced. Lord Supreme, dear leader, when and who amongst the poorest will be blessed a gamma striking today? What are you talking about? Ooh, nasty little rug. Huh. Eh, I'll just sell my puts. This there. It's easier. Hmm. 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 That's a little bit more volume. Problem is, I don't know where bulls push this if they do. Above 6,700 seems difficult. Oh, well, I guess 6645. Yes. Or SPX. Retesting 40. Still call buyers driving me upside though, not put sellers, which is not super bullish. Wonder if puts just aren't worth selling. They're so fucking cheap. Ooh, there's a little IV bump out at 66.65. Uh, Nice. Mm. 67.15 end of day. You smoking crack? Probably like 66.40 or 30 end of day. Even if all the calls got squeezed, we wouldn't get 67.15. It's ridiculous. What's a realistic time frame on 67.15? 2 weeks? 4 weeks? It's like fucking Gamma Max. It's like Gamma Max on the monthly, and there's no fucking interest on the monthly contract. And we're about to hit a monthly expiry, so I think probably pretty far. It's definitely not happening today. Highest we get today, 66.70. And I don't think we're getting that either. I think this is just going to continue to fail and get crunchy. Then $40 pump into end of day so I can quit my job and become a gentleman trader. All these pumps are like call side low delta. It's shitty. It's just shitty bullish price action. You need bulls to get more confident in selling puts closer to spot, which they're still not. Like, still, the majority of sold puts are still like way the fuck out of the money. And the drop made the like 25 and 20 sold puts pull back. So now sold put support to the downside shifted to like 66.10. Sold call resistance to the upside dropped down to 66.65. So everyone's still trying to crush realized vol, which narrows the trading range for the day, right? So, think of it like think of it like, this is gonna fucking oh goddamn piece of motherfucking shit. Fuck you, Epic Pen. Just think of it like, price action's gonna get narrower. Except that's not really what happened. Like this part happened, but this kind of went the other way. But now that we've found like the like 45-30 level, things will probably start to tighten up from this side more. Is it not fucking showing on the screen? Mother fucking piece of shit. Why do I have to do this every? Why can't it just stay the way it's set? No, there's so few programs for this. So we got this. Would bear calls 60-65 are safe? They have a very high probability of printing. And if you sold them earlier, you're already up, so why are you keeping them open all fucking day? Just wanna... You do realize, like, as they print, the risk reward becomes substantially worse. Ring gang? I feel like Marpo's got a funded account. Supposedly, we're going to be getting the $2,000 PDT thing soon, so that'll be cool for you guys. I'm sure that won't cause retail to sell like 50 times more spreads. The rise of the retail trader. Yep. The market's just waiting for you to full port long out of the money calls, Danimal. That's when we get our rug. I love how any day where there's a red candle, you're like, this morning sucks. Just remember, everyone's a genius in a bull market until they're not. It's because I haven't said anything. Well, that's not true. I laughed a little bit. You see the Kirkland Nikes I sent? I did. I did. I didn't want to dignify them with a response. Also, I don't wear Nikes because they're shitty shoes. I used to have a pair of Uggs, the house ones. They kept my toes comfy. I mean, whew. Mm. I know what they are. But they're gross. White New Balance with the blue end. All my sneakers are Hoka's now. I don't have anything that isn't right. Yeah, I don't think so. Well, I have Osiris D3s, but I don't actually wear those because I'm an adult. But I did buy them for the memes. Dude, Kathy Woods sold $10.8 million worth of TEM, so that's gonna short squeeze. Yep. It's already up since she sold it. Anytime, there's some rules that govern the markets that we trade. One of them is if Kathy Woods buys a stock, it goes down. If she sells it, it goes up. Addy Zero Evo SL, clean as fuck, best running shoe I've ever worn. You can pry my cold dead body out of my hookahs. So like Kramer, kind of. I would not, Philly Mike. You wear sandals with or without socks? Without? Ew. I only wear socks when I have to. Otherwise, I go naked. I was a hookah guy. I get it. These are 3 times better. Alright, send me a link. I will investigate them. Who am I banning? It's gonna put the link in his YouTube store. No, only I do that. But if I buy them, then I'll put the link in the YouTube store, and then we can all have the same shoes. I implore you to reconsider your position on socks. This world is drowning in fungus, and so by enclosing my feet in a moist and warm environment, I'm reducing that risk. Ooh, trading shoes? Nice. Yeah. We give the same shoe like the Heaven's Gate cult. Exactly. Nothing bad ever happened to them. Oh, I can't wear Adidas. They're too narrow. Also, the link is blocked. You've sent me a bad link. Any thoughts on the Kimmel ban? It's tough for me because I fucking hate Jimmy Kimmel. But I don't think anybody should be persecuted for freedom of speech or coerced in any way by our government to silence them. I felt the same way about freedom of speech for the other assholes too. I never saw it because I fucking hate Jimmy Kimmel. And so if there was anything featuring Jimmy Kimmel, I would intentionally not watch it. Also, I thought it was dumb because he really didn't say anything about Charlie Kirk. He just pointed out that Trump didn't give a fuck about Charlie Kirk dying, which is true. Like, why would Trump care? Trump doesn't care about anybody but Trump. Kilmeade calls for lethal injection for unhoused. Days later, 2 mass shootings at homeless encampments. Crickets. Wait, really? I didn't know that there were mass shootings. Yeah, there you go. That doesn't get picked up by the media. It's almost like all of the media is owned by Republican billionaires. Well, I shouldn't say Republican. They donate to both parties equally, but billionaires. I don't like any of them. Jimmy Fallon, Kimmel, they all suck. Funny how the right is so big on free speech, except for when it comes to Charlie Kirk. No, 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 no. The right is not big on free speech. This is what you need to understand. They are big on their speech, not yours. They want you to shut the fuck up. because that makes them feel slightly bad about the awful shit they do. No, you don't, Nuke. Like, buy puts, they should buy calls. That's not awful. It's just wrong. Morality conquest. Oop, Dave sent me my link. Oh yeah, I'm not wearing those. How to combat greed? Remember that your goal is to make money. It's like I said earlier today. Little money, a lot of money, doesn't matter. As long as the number keeps going up. I would say stop being poor, but it's really not an effective way to get out of greed. Which the pickle jar taught me. Unless your goal is to become a gentleman trader, and then you gotta go hard. You know, as a gentleman trader myself, like I don't think I agree. Yeah, we got more room to the downside on this one. Whoosh. Well, bulls failed. Sorry, Danimal. I hope your 67.15s were closed at a profit. I don't really go hard anymore. I think that's why things have been boring. I should. I should do it again. I miss it. Remember the vibes and lifestyle? Not the money, man. The vibe and the lifestyle is money, Danimal. No, I'm ruined. Ugh. How much room? More. Let me look. Fucking. I don't know. Sold put support is at like 15 and 10. There's a little bit of sold put support at 30. So we'll see if put sellers like come in here, but shit gets slippery around DF Like we could fail these. And then if that happens, momentum picks up to the downside of GF. So that like opens up the downside gap fills, which are at 28, 17, and 6,600. I mean, obviously the upside move was just a rescue mission. So Erosion of bullish positioning doesn't really lend to strong support. I mean, I think a lot of the reason for this is that there was just a fuck ton of like bets, like 66.25 and higher yesterday, and they all got fucking roasted. Yes, you mentioned that since the negative gamma is flat, that it could easily move through it. Does that mean that if the gamma were incrementally moving more negative, it's harder? Yes. That's exactly how that works. So like here, like 35.30 is kind of supportive, but if you lose 30, you can just slide because like 20, 10, because the gamma to the downside is flatter. It doesn't really cause any resistance and it doesn't pin price. Ever since I sized down my plays to SPY, I've been much more profitable. Trading too large of size can really be blinding with the tunnel vision. Yeah, it can be. Of all the things that blow up accounts, it's almost always scaling. I would say in order. It's probably risk management, scaling. Yeah, you know what? Hold on. Risk overholding, scaling, degenerate gambling. Hold on. Degenerate gambling's in the middle. This can both fill and destroy ports. Where is trading on the toilet? That's the most elite. I mean, I have all of the money I currently have because of degenerate gambling. So let's not just trash degenerate gambling with such a painting it with such a broad brush. I don't like that. No, the amount of gamma in a strike is still important, but so is the changes in gamma between strikes. Before the COVID crash, I was paying off my margin debt with credit cards. All right, so, you know, you could, some people would call that confidence. Why would I give 10% of my gains to charity? I do. It's called the market maker. The market maker is not named Karma. So buying puts before we lose 30. Same like gambling, right? I know. You have a stop. Why would we up this melt up ever and bulls win? Really not up much. Kind of mostly flat this week. We're up from yesterday's lows. But I think from like last week's close, we're only up like 70 bips or something. It's nothing. 75? Something like that. The pickle jar has a non-profit certification. No, we don't. Gherk's charitable with his alpha. Sure. Yeah, sometimes. It's not greed. I just need 500% returns on this contract to make up for my losses. It's called account balance management, and it's classy. Yeah, that. It should be a 501c4? What the fuck is a 501c4? I know what a 501c3 is. But this sounds like C4 the energy drink? Oh, exclusively for the promotion of social welfare. Interesting. But then we can't lobby or donate to political campaigns. I don't like it. Oh, maybe we can now because we have a Department of God or whatever. Jesus. The Bureau of Jesus. What's it called? Ministry of Faith. No, my back's better. I'm gonna do a couple weeks of physical therapy to make sure it doesn't get fucked up again. But no, it's like healed. I'm old enough to blow my back out, but young enough to still recover. That's awesome. Yeah. Also, I didn't slip a disc, which was sweet. New here, interesting platform. Thanks, we built it. Well, are still building it, but also built it. Australian reporters banned from pressers for asking if Trump should be making money while in office. You missed what Trump said. He's not making money. His children are making money. Welcome. We come with open arms. Oh, did you finally buy that flashlight? You're the flashlight? We used to build it. We still do, but we used to too. Yeah. Are we just stuck here? Pretty much. Yeah. Remember what I said earlier about price action narrowing, and I drew the little thing, and then it didn't pop up, and then I put it back on the screen. Explain to me what a flashlight is. I've never heard of it. It's like a portable version of you behind a Wendy's. I would prefer not to add that to the story, Gilgamesh, but thank you for the suggestion. Remember the collar? How's that doing? It's $100 on the money. I have the memory of a goldfish. Are there any items from Costco that deserve an honorable mention? I'm going today and feeling adventurous. Do you have a fountain in your office? Don't you dare shell our fountain? Alright, fine. Do you own an Oral-B IQ toothbrush? Have you looked at the deals that they have on Norwegian cruise lines? Oh, actually, you know what? Rare. Yeah, I want you to do something because I didn't do it myself when I was there last time. They have a box of Kirkland dessert bars. Buy it and let me know if it's worth it. It's like $20. It comes with like, I think it's like 6 turtle brownies, coconut blondies, some other thing, and then like some raspberry shit. But like I saw them and I was like, I want to eat those. And then I was like, no, you're already a fat fuck. But I regret that. Yeah, it's in the bakery section. I don't know what I was thinking. Fig Newton ripoffs? Are you talking about the Nature Bakery bars? Those are way better than Fig Newtons. It's funny, I just saw the cookies I wanted in the cafeteria at work, and none of that went through my head. I just got them, and I'm happy. Yeah, but I'm taking medicine that makes me sick whenever I eat anything. Oh shit! It's pecan caramel brownies, pecan, wild berry macaroons, chocolate chunk brookies, and macaroon madness bars. Man, I fucked up. I should have bought them. On my fucking way right now. Fuck work. You get 6 of each. They're 200. So the entire package is 7,000 calories. 96 grams of protein. And 640 grams of sugar. Jesus fucking Christ. My macros. Wait, crispy marshmallow cookies? Where the fuck was this? Was that at Costco? The fuck? I never saw those. How's your terzepatide treatment going? I'm still on the lowest possible dose. Fine? I don't know. I've lost like 40 pounds, 45 pounds or something. That's why you take the meds so you can eat. No, the medication makes you sick whenever you eat. How many weeks on it? I don't know. Like 8? 9? Maybe it's like 9 weeks now. I think it's like 8 or 9 weeks. I don't remember when I started. Wait, hold on. I can find out. It might be more than that. I started like middle of July, end of July, middle of July. So yeah, about 8 weeks. Without working out, I was working out till I fucked my back up. So like 4 weeks of working out, and then 4 weeks of not working out. I'm gonna probably do the physical therapy before I start doing 5x5s again. I was 40 pounds in 8 weeks healthy. Well, I was pretty fat to start off with, so. What's the goal weight? I don't know. Try to get back down to like 240, then bulk up to like 265. Just eat sun-baked scallops again. This is boring. There's a synthetic short at 40 now. End of day prediction. I don't know. Range consistently. I already like I don't know, somewhere between like 30 and 45 probably. You high T or low T? Like 700? Gotta pump those numbers up. TRT to 1400? That's a bit excessive. I don't want my balls to disappear and then grow boobs. Oh, wow. Sounds scared. Isn't normal like 300 to like 900 or something? Who was that person in Discord that was always caring about other people's T count? I don't remember. Well, I'm not working out right now, so I definitely don't want my fucking testosterone levels at 1400. If you're below 1,000, you need T. 300's low as fuck. If I was working out, it'd probably go a bit higher. Bull shark T injections. Group's been carrying us for years now. I'm surprised his back has lasted this long. Get well soon. I'm doing good. Don't worry about me. How the fuck do bulls keep on coming back? Always after I close my bull positions. Because they built support? A little bit. They don't even actually have that much support, but they keep buying a lot of calls. Like, they bought a shitload of calls at 66.45 here. But there's bot puts at 45, 40, 35, 30. They're just trying to, like, shake the bears off. Are you just posting ads for testosterone? What do you wish for Christmas this fourth quarter? I don't know. What would your T levels do if the BOJ hiked rates tonight? That'll be fun. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. BOJ is gonna do a rate check tonight. They're probably not gonna do anything, right? No warning through Nikkei news. Probably rate stays the same. Yeah, because those people are fucking morons, Joe Rowe. You guys got to take the rich dude stack so you can have a Jeff Bezos body when you're 60. It's like BCP, TERS, Retta, TRT, and HGH. Oh, and what is it? What's the stuff for the hair? Finasteride or finasteride? Something like that. Finasteride. I knew dudes who started taking this shit when they were like 20. They didn't even have any hair loss. My dude, I can barely afford yearly doctor checkups. Tadalafil for prostate enlargement due to the TRT, or like if you're on all the rest of that shit, you probably don't need that. That's once you get old. Did you pull back your out of the money puts with the rate cut? No, I expected them to cut rates. I closed some of my put spreads yesterday on the drop, but I opened new ones up today. Yeah, Regeneron's publicly traded. Their stock's expensive, like per share, but they are publicly traded. Small float. That's the HGH one, right? The one that like increases HGH production. So it's 35.45 for end of day. We might dump end of day, then pump overnight to rescue the 66.50 AM contracts. They have a couple of things they're testing that tell your muscles not to break down in times of starvation, which they naturally do. What's it called? Can't you just buy it already? It's called Snickers. I wonder if they created an injectable that made people smarter if we could get out of our current situation. Frogs have been gay the whole time. They would never release such a thing to the public. I agree that the administration would ban it. You still believe America has a chance to survive? No, but I don't want it to. It was fundamentally flawed anyway. Lies? You love it here. No, I don't. It sucks. I mean, most places suck, but this one does too. Smart people don't like me. Donnie the Clown. It's true. He doesn't like smart people. Why are you trading the American options market if you hate America? Why are you supporting people undermining our Constitution if you love America? It's gotta be tough being a hypocrite. America is the people, not the corrupt politicians. No. The idea of America is a social contract that we have agreed to uphold, and we have failed in our duty to do so. All of us. Failures. Don't make me read the line from fucking National Treasure again. I will. Get out of here with the social contract philosophical mumbo jumbo nonsense. Hey, listen. You try breaking the social contract, see what happens. Just don't pay your taxes anymore. That's part of it. It's an involuntary real contract. That's what a social contract is, Dork. Read it. I don't even know if I need to. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations pursuing invariably the same object evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, remember this part, it's important, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. Yes, duty. Evinces despotism, duty, rights. What are all these words? Doesn't matter. They'll edit them out in a couple weeks. That sounds like communist shit. They removed it from my constitution. We can't even try. Do you think it'd be easier to revolt if the US wasn't so large and spread out? Smaller country, more concentrated population, easier to assemble in mass. It'd probably be easier to stand up for ourselves if we weren't all broke, you know? If the banks go under, can we stop paying home mortgages? You could stop paying them now. That would probably put the banks under. You just have to get everyone else to agree to do it too. New York put a bill on the floor to stop paying taxes to the federal government. I'm kind of hoping it passes. Now I'm on another Palantir watch list. Thanks. It's okay. I've played with their software. It's not that impressive. So did California, Washington, and Oregon, I believe. Yep. I think Massachusetts proposed one. Connecticut, maybe. I'm sure Vermont has one. Might as well. New York gives more than it gets. Yep. That's what I said. I said this like months ago. The most effective way to combat what's going on is to fight it at the state level. State elections are more of a direct democracy. Yeah, I remember the mortgage boycott in China. It fucked up their economy pretty bad. It's great at scraping LinkedIn and Facebook, though. True. George's gonna be so mad when they pass a law that you can't tape your penis back while wearing a wig. That's never been a law. Also, half the fucking Congress is doing that. That just sounds like a GOP convention. Did you guys see the statistical analysis of red states looking up trans porn? I thought that was hysterical. You're saying the out loud part out loud. As long as Pornhub stays Canadian and keeps reporting on the data. This is fun. Are we at like we running into a high here? Ooh yeah. Another failure of the implied move. Hmm, I don't know about a failure of the implied move. But pretty hard to push up above 50 here. Some bot puts coming in at 45. There's still a little bit of a synthetic short at 40. They got popped on this bounce. Yeah, selling 50 calls is still dangerous, especially if you plan on keeping them open into close. I personally, I would go further out of the money. Dork, your thing told me to buy puts at the wrong time. But it's okay, I waited and bought them later. Get fucked. No, I like, well, so far I nailed the top, I think. Show us? I picked him up here. Mm. Hmm. Okay, what was that level? 1075. Jesus. Do you have any news coming up? We have an auction, right? 10-year tips. Fed build $1 billion. Oh, look, Freddie Mac says falling mortgage rates are prompting many homeowners to refinance. And the current 30-year rate is 6.26%. Dork, it's time. Seriously. Time to save checks notes $250 on my mortgage payment. I think it would increase your mortgage payment by $250. Oh, okay. I see what you're doing. Yeah, you're doing it the other way. I wouldn't say we've nosedived here, but Vol's ticking up a little. Did you buy puts or bear call that shit? I shorted ES at 67.10 and I sold bear call spreads at 66, 60, 65. No, we still have gaps at 28.17 and 6600 to the downside. I thought we filled the 28 gap earlier. Huh. We got some profit taking on the 50 calls. Bot puts at 45. Bot puts at 50. Bot puts at 40. Ooh, big profit taking. 66.90. 500 calls just closed. That was Danimal. Out of the money puts 20 and 10 closing. Ball should be moving up a little. Inching up. Mm. Hmm. It's boring. Your indicator was leading for the drop. I know. Hasn't really dropped yet, though. Not substantially. It's still supported of like 45, 47. Getting more bot puts, though. It's spot, above spot, and below spot. Hmm. A little bit of in the money call buying. looks like 45.40. Ooh, nice. Bill. TLT wrecked. We're just past the tips auction. Bid to cover 2.20. High yield 1.734. Previous was 1.98. 985. Yield before auction was 1.684 though, so a little higher than expected inflation expectations in the long run. Google adds Gemini AI tool to Chrome browser for US users. Ugh, gross. Alright, auction's over. Let's dump. In the money bot puts 66.55. Also bought puts at 66.40. Sold puts at 45. So that could be a little squeezy if those drop out of the money. Has delta. Yeah. 40 is going to be important. Yeah, I know. I just read off the auction results. It's almost like people don't want to buy the tips high if the Fed's pricing in a long-term rate at 3.25%. Ooh, a little bit of downside selling. Let's go. Mm. Options volume is still so low today. Is everyone just packed up for the weekend? How much more pumping through AM expiry overnight? Depends where we close. I think if we close at 66.50, not much. But if we close substantially lower, then we probably get a pump overnight. Put selling here doesn't seem very good. Bot put's coming in at 66.50, 66.55. They're selling the 40, 35, 30 put, but not buying a lot of calls. It feels overexposed. I guess the overall sold puts at those levels are pretty small, especially the 40, which is net bought. Oh, there we go. See, that's nice. That's a lower low. Hmm, nice. I feel like I exited way too early, but maybe I get another entry. I really want bulls to try for the high of the day again. Kind of hoping their position doesn't collapse here. And I can sell more calls and short ES all over again. Put call ratios kind of dropping off here pretty quickly, though, which isn't usually a good sign for the bulls. Yeah, out of the money puts being bought back. Bulls gonna rug themselves. Hmm. Need to lose 45.50. September's usually down. Seasonality's bullshit. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna short this again. Not here, though. 10? Yeah, vol's steepening to the downside quite a bit. It's coming in. Vol spike. Little one. Little baby vol spike. Oh. Bulls are still trying to hold 45. Down bad. Pop puts 50, 55, 45, 40, and 35. Sold puts coming in at 30 and 50. Bot calls at 45, but not a lot of them. Hmm. I really want this to dump. Do it. Hmm. There we go. Put's still being added at 55. Long calls at 45 just closed. Skew to the downside on IV is picking up quite a bit. Getting close. Very close. Oof. Bot puts at 40, 35 increasing. Starting to get some bot puts at 45. Got a bunch of bot calls at 45. A little pile of them. 50, 60. You know, fuck those calls. Aha! Nice. No, bulls are letting it go readily. How low can this go? 40 is going to be supportive. If we lose 40, maybe back to like the 30-40 range, just above the flip. DF, I guess. Hey, you. Hmm. I'm thinking pad thai. Ooh. You guys do remember I'm not going to be here tomorrow, right? Don't forget that. I might have the stream up, and I'll try to do the round table tonight, but there might not be a stream for the round table tonight. So if you're not in the Discord, I might be able to do the roundtable stream. I'm just not sure. I'll try to, but if I do, it'll be audio only. This can keep sliding. It just depends. I mean, bears are still picking up positioning. It's definitely a little risky though. Vol's still pushing up, and Vol is very much skewed to the downside still. There are gaps down at like 28, 17, 6,600. And sold puts have been a little skittish today. I mean, dangerous. They're not worth a lot, so it's the value in selling them is kind of crap. Hmm. There's a synthetic short here at 40, which if it goes in the money is pretty bearish. Hmm. Yeah, still floating just above 6,700. I don't think it's tested it yet. Nice. ES falling under VWAP here. Have you discussed the change in margin ratios? What type of time frame does this change normally start showing itself? Could take a while. I mean, it's gonna be consistent with debt issuance. So debt issuance, as it impacts bank reserves, is going to reduce ratios. That's from yesterday, Gray Pubes. ES retesting VWAP. Careful, vol's flattening out here a bit. Sold puts coming on. Hmm. Oh man, there are a lot of bot puts to the downside here. This is probably not a great support. Hmm. Hmm. It's not even 2 o'clock yet.
Silliest potty put their pickle in my jar. My last day trade available this week got me back over PDT. Thanks a bunch. 50.
Yeah, there's still some downside range on this move to like 66.90 ES. 66.92 to 90, I guess. I don't think I want to play with that too much. The lower highs, or higher lows here. Seem to still be having some trouble with that. Hmm. Debating butterflies at 50 and 25, so we'll close between 35 and 40. Market, I mean, that's kind of where I thought we would close earlier, too. I feel like we could bounce here and test like 42 or something, though. And then fail. And that would be. And then, like, maybe, like, just stabilize into end of day from there. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, bulls might not get this. Retesting the delta flip again. Yeah, there's quite a bit of room to move down. We don't have a new local low. Yes. Fall's ticking up again, though. $149. Hmm. Mm. Hmm. Bot puts 30, 45. Bot calls at 30. Soul puts soul calls at 35. Weird. They're really not helping themselves on the delta side. There's negative gamma at 45 there, or delta at 45 to squeeze off. Um, hmm. This kind of sucks. What's charm look like? Mm, ooh, big vol short. Hmm. All right, back up again. Mm. Mm. God, this is fucking boring. Mm. Mm. DF and GF are widening a bit. Increased vol. Mm. Maybe. I don't like any of this. This price action fucking sucks. At least the drop was fun. Kind of just means that volatility can pick up. It's slightly bearish, like out of the money, gamma increasing, in the money, delta decreasing. Bulls are selling puts again. They're definitely gonna need to buy some calls though. One second. Hmm. Sold puts 30, 25. Bought puts coming in at 35. That shit got stuffed. Huh. Ooh. Well, bulls have a little bit of negative delta now to the upside. A little bit of positive delta below spot. Increasingly positive. Mm, yeah, bulls can still squeeze this up a little. Not much, like 40, 47, 48 test. Like maybe back to the implied move. No, they're really trying to hold on to that last edge of positive delta. I don't think they wanted to slip to the gamma flip. That would probably be they'd probably be fucked if that happened. Yeah, we'd likely lose 30 and then start sliding. One sec. bulls are buying calls at 40 and 45. They're just not getting anything out of it. And they're selling puts. Really, the only bearish positioning is a few bought puts at 40. That synthetic short. But they're going to try to break through it and squeeze it, I think. If they can. We might need to sell off a little deeper for them to sell more puts before that happens. It's all about just closing where you open. That's all. Rest of the shit doesn't matter. So you're asking me if MSTR will go up $50? Sure, why not? Getting pinned to VWAP is super fun. The last year's price action is physically painful. Yeah, it fucking sucks. The problem is bulls just tried to catch the knife too early instead of letting it drop into the bearish positioning and then bouncing it back into the squeeze. If they just let us tap 30, the bulls could have just bounced it right back like they did earlier. Instead of having to chop for literally an hour in this bullshit. Predictions for quad? I mean, we get a bunch of charm ripped out from underneath us. And, like, the flows from Vana and charm are gonna fall off pretty heavily. It's a big expiration, so I think maybe one of the biggest ever. Probably open higher because there's 6650 AM contracts that need to be grabbed, but then might sell off after open. Just see what happens in the overnight. This is fun. Lovely. Some narrow fucking price action. Best meal you've ever had? Mm, hmm. That's a good question. Um, I think like two slices of pizza and a Coke from Joe's after living in California for 8 fucking years. It's either that or the bagel I had the next morning. Joe's is okay. It's not like special. It's just yeah, it's just very New York. The best meal I've ever had is the one that you didn't cook. Are you talking about yourself? Don't talk to yourself like that. You make a moderate pork chop. Mm, can't get any more. No, I don't have that problem. I just learned to like make the food that my grandma's made, but better. Oh, they're trying to do it. There's the big vol short. Getting a little bit of positive delta under spot. Try to squeeze off the 45 again. Still bought calls to the upside. 40. Lot at 40. Few at 45. Try to push through the synthetic short. That thing's been a brick wall. I guess I got through it a little bit earlier, but not much. 41 and failed. The combination of how stupid bulls are with how cheap calls are right now, it's insane. I think 65 might be out of reach now. Yeah, 60 is probably about the highest we could go. 55 would be tough. It's super rare to close above the implied move. I don't really think that there's that much incentive to push that today. Struggling with 40 and y'all are talking about 60. I said bulls were stupid. But stupidity and leverage are a powerful force. Look at Jimmy. Are you buying zero GTs? No. Long ES at 66.95. And I have been for like a fucking hour. Charm is like zero here, so we're not getting any like supportive flows helping push us up, which makes the synthetic short at 66.40 kind of a bitch to get over. So I'd say if this breaks out, probably all at once. Or bulls are gonna give up eventually. Sorry, it just keeps happening. It's so funny. Alright, looks like bulls are trying to buy some more calls again. Bot puts coming in at 30, bot calls coming in at 35 and 40. I'd have a little bit more faith in the dumpies if we got a breakout to the upside. Right here, we're just kind of pinned. Some of the 30 sold puts getting bought back. Not very many of them. Hey. Sold puts 25.20. That should be enough for bulls to start selling shit again. Is that below? Yeah, I got a little bit more room. It's a good yearly return. Just depends on the risk. It's low risk. I don't know, 5 to 10%. Scale up from there. No, not how much money you're risking. What's your Sharp ratio? Profit factor, number of profitable trades, that kind of stuff. Trying to squeeze that delta. I got the gap up. Time is it? Almost power hour. Hmm. Left a gap at 38 and 36, which is just not very encouraging. Ooh, nice. They're gonna get it. Yeah, a little bit. There's 40. Okay, I'm pushing into the synthetic long. They're short, synthetic short. Let's see what call buying looks like at the money. Yeah, call buying's picking up at the 40 strike. Still big resistance at 45. A little bit more delta to push off to the upside. Hmm. Nice. Uh, Start to run into resistance around here. Caught the entirety of that bounce. That wasn't bad. Sharp ratio, katana. Sharp ratio is 0.7. It's not particularly great. It just sounds like it's overfit. Like 0.7's not the worst. It's suboptimal, but if you have a 97% win rate, you've overfit your strategy. 1% drawdown is unrealistic for a winning strategy, and then 97% win rate is as well. Especially on $100,000. Curve fitting, like chasing the dragon. What's your profit factor? It's, it's like gross profit divided by gross loss. Is this stuff you actively track? Yeah, of course. I don't know where the power hour song is. I think I lost it. There's like a trend test at ES 6704 that we have not gotten. Actually, still lower highs on every upside test since the overnight. Made a new all-time high. Fuck this shit. Mm. Still two downside gaps, 38 and 36. Which isn't a great look with gamma dropping off so sharply. Hmm. Mm. That synthetic short at 40 is really not budging. If we fall under it again, bearish. Sold puts might be a little bit more supportive at 30 now, 35, but they might also just de-risk if we fail. Fall's ticking up. Skewed a little bit to the downside too. Hmm. No, I'm not talking. Still have a gap at 38 and 36. Fall's ticking up. Hmm. We filled one gap to the downside. Yeah, there's another downside gap left at 36. Bull's gonna de-risk soon. I mean, they kind of already did. It was just sold puts. They already closed like the 45, 50, 55 calls. So all we got left are 40 and 35 calls. And then just sold puts at spot. But the synthetic short's back in the money, which is, means we're gonna fucking get ground down into the sold puts again. This has been kind of a wild day. Has it? The first part of it was like, okay. I feel like we've just done exactly what I said we were going to do all day, which is have realized vol compress into close. The last like 5 minutes might be interesting. We've done exactly what you and Gamma Strike said. My fresh 75,000 is very thankful. Nice. Fuck yeah, man. Sir, if I may, how is tomorrow? No idea. It'll depend on what Delta gets rebuilt. They're gonna lose a bunch of Delta first thing in the morning. Looks like we're closing below 6650, so they probably try to run it overnight to get the AM contracts in the money. And then, I don't know, maybe sell off from open. I'm not gonna be here, so I'm not really thinking about it a lot. I'm just here till someone starts gifting GS subs. It's not gonna happen. The AMs are tradable in Globex tonight for the first time. That Delta could actually run off overnight to some degree. It could, but they'll still want to get them in the money, right? Do you have a way to calculate the neutrals without the AM contract? Yeah, just look at SPXW. That's that's independent of the AM contract. I think there's gonna be some more desks manned than usual overnight tonight. Maybe. They're selling a lot of puts to the downside for tomorrow. So, they might get fucked. I could take a look. Hold on. Let me see what tomorrow looks like. Actually, they're not. Interesting. There's some bot calls at 6630, 6585 for tomorrow. Yeah, actually looks like they've been closing some of the downside puts. 6600, 6605, 6615. Mostly sold calls to the upside, but there's a big stack of calls out at 6670 that are bought. Looks like a synthetic long at 6,700 for tomorrow's expiration on SPXW. On SPX, I could look at what's falling off too. Looks like a bunch of bot calls at 6640 are falling off tomorrow. In the AM, 6650 sold puts. And then in the money sold calls at 8090. Or those are probably closed today, actually. So profits taken on 80 and 90 calls in the money. Some of the 20 and 15 calls. There's actually bought puts on the AM contract, 6,700. Yeah, I would say they probably wanted above 6640 in the overnight session, based on what I see here. Mean reversion after the AM contract is like 65.75, roughly. Yeah, and honestly the fucking SPXW contract doesn't look all that bullish. 6630 bot calls, but that's about it. We'll get more in the next like fucking 30 minutes. But right now, pretty slim. Most strikes are flattened. Probably already took a lot of the profits today, honestly. I don't expect... I mean, it could happen. We have the stream fired up tomorrow? Maybe, maybe not. It depends what time I have to leave. Traffic's gonna be a bitch tomorrow because it's Friday. I've got like probably like 2 hours in traffic. Yeah, and I gotta find a fucking... I gotta find parking. It's gonna... Maybe an hour and a half. Yeah, probably not. Maybe if I like leave tonight and stay in a hotel. Huh. I could take the subway. Thanks, Gremlin. The collar was 919. It is. Or no, the collar is 930. Sorry. Collar doesn't roll on OPEX. Collar rolls end of month. That's a SPX position. Or SPXW position. Always. Never the AM contracts. I don't like you taking the subway. Thanks. Ooh, Marriott? I mean, I still don't think there's going to be a lot of overnight volume on the SPX contracts, regardless of the settlement change. Those markets are thin as fuck overnight. Nobody's moving size around in them. Either that or it's going to be wild. But I can't see people taking on the risk to trade those when they could just trade futures, which is way deeper. No, I can't take a helicopter. If your net worth is above $500,000, you should never get on a helicopter. Treat yourself to an embassy suites. Poor people never die in helicopters. That's just a fact. Unless they're in the military. It actually was. And I knew his daughter and his ex-wife, which is, yeah, super fucking sad. No what? Oh. Silly bullish Dan. It's okay. I mean, this can't sell off that much, right? Still support at 30 and on the overnight contract. What was our intraday low? 66.89. 66.89.75 for EOS. Yeah, AM expiry. Wee. Inverse head and shoulders. Right there. Ooh, slipped a little. Scary. When did I predict us closing at 66.21.52? I didn't say that. I said between 30 and 40, and I said that like 4 hours ago. Any dynamics to be aware of between now and Friday at 9:30 a.m.? Yeah, you could get completely fucked on those really, really fast. Maybe make it a spread so you don't get blown the fuck up. Did we fill the upside gap? I wonder if bulls are going to get out of this hole before the end of the day. Hmm. They've purchased a lot of 6640 calls, which is making that strike slightly less of a synthetic short. There's some put selling coming in. Vol's shifting to the upside at spot. Yeah. There's definitely, I mean, there's definitely a little room to the downside, but the sell-off's kind of overextended. Also, there's support on the weekly contract at 30 for tomorrow. There's like 3,000 bot calls that came in today. Just today. There's more than that, obviously, but Bulls. I mean, Bulls really don't want HV ticking up. Where did we open? 23. Yeah, there's some downside room. We just retested the low of the day, and we made, well, not the low of the day, but yeah, intraday low. What are the sold puts down here? Mostly at 30. Looks like they're buying the 30 call a little bit. It's definitely negative delta to the upside. Seems kind of not bullish. Yeah, until it is. You know? They could push back for 40. They just sold a fuck ton of puts, so probably in the money. This delta's squeezy. One sec. Yeah, it was gone for a second. It's cool. We did the squeezy thing. It was fun. Got the 40 test. Failed. I'm going to close at 35. All things as they should be. See? Little triangle. You like it? Here to here. There to there. Compressed into the end of the day. Ding. I too am depressed into the end of the day. All right. It was a little bit off on where I thought it would close, but yeah, we peaked out above the implied move, fell back within it. Didn't really lose the downside supportive positioning, which I will say definitely has some bearing on tomorrow morning. Um, Bulls have 6640 calls that are open on the AM contract, which are like $10 above spot. That's not a lot of overnight movement, but we could get some. Also, we haven't retested this upside trend on ES. We keep kind of failing to retest it today, at least into the end of the day. So maybe that's kind of what they gun for, that 6,700 level. I will say that if this fails, like SPX 6330 overnight, like falls to 25 or 20, bulls are probably fucked on the AM positions, which could mean that a lot of delta pulls back in the overnight session. To the downside, I think like 66, 75, 80 is fairly supportive. Losing that would be substantial. That would fuck shit up. Fuck yeah, my man. Nice. You trading futures? What are you trading? Them flies. Oh, okay. Nice. 400% return. It is. It is, in fact, easy. I told everybody we'd close between 30 and 40 today. VIX only being up 0.2 bip is evidence of how stubborn bulls are. BTDs. Yeah, no, the bulls are definitely being very stubborn about holding this positioning. Probably because they bought shit all the way out to like 67.50 that's been getting burned because we didn't get a run off of the like the Fed meeting. But dollar up today. Yields at the back end of the curve turning up sharply, as expected. Those are probably going to continue to go up, I would imagine, especially if auctions continue to underperform. Correlation pushed down into the start of the day, broke down into close. Commodities, silver up a little, gold flattening out at around 1% down, which I think was mostly just the level it was at overnight. Oil down, and yeah, silver's a little bit of an interesting outlier there. Um, Bond volatility is still not fucking going anywhere, which is annoying as hell, but I guess slightly up from last Friday. Leverage on the back end of the carry picked up, so did the front end. Looks like long vol demand's rising, and yield curve starting to pull back a little bit. On skew, a little bit of out of the money put demand last night. Might see more of a drop in skew tonight. And you can check that in like 11 minutes if you want. Yeah, so that improvement in breadth really didn't do much for the equal weight SPX. Obviously like SPX, NQ, all up today, but Dow and Russell's still running like crazy, up 2.5%. Um, but I'm not really sure that there's all that much bullishness there. Hmm. Interesting. I gotta look at that. Fed fund futures trimmed the March and June contract expectations. Expectations for the Jan contract stayed roughly flat. Probably need to wait for an inflation print before we see any improvement there. We got a little bit of steepening up to 54% on the 10-2 spread. And then I kind of want to look at this real fast. Oracle's still pulling back. Tesla lost some of its gains today. Oil underperforming. Consumer durable. Services retail trade. I will say that if we get a sell-off in the next few days and it's tech heavy, I would probably expect tech to bounce back. Financials still aren't doing that well. Over the course of this week, yeah, we still have Nvidia and AVGO down pretty heavily. Health tech still not doing that well. Tesla's up almost 20% this week, which is insane. But yeah, I mean, tech still looks stable. Financials are bouncing back. I don't think they benefit from the rate cut as much as might be indicated by their performance the last 2 days. But we'll see. Again, getting really close to retesting that failed trend from before. Ugh, there we go. But not quite reaching it. I still have like a 6702 upside target from here, but tomorrow, I mean, mixed, right? I guess slightly bullish bias, but not great. Downside confirmed, still 6508. Although I think maybe if we lost 6551, that might be like a good signal that we are going to probably test like the 30. If you're trying to play the downside and you're looking for something, that might be it. Although I wouldn't have a high degree of confidence in that necessarily. Retest of gamma neutral is obvious. Yeah, I would say a retest of gamma neutral is probably a better signal. That might be a little higher. Actually, let me look. I don't have today's, but I think, yeah, gamma neutral's at 65, 63. Yeah, it's about the same. So yeah, if you just want to focus on just the technicals, 60, 65, 51 breakdown from there would be the signal that we can get a move further down, maybe into Vixpiration, which is next week. I think there's a good chance that we see some uptick in volatility. We got some uptick in 3-month vol today, but VIX itself was flat on the day. Some of that's just the pinning that we talked about overnight. Is VIX seen as a normal indicator? Oh, I actually, hold on, because I don't even have that on here. I gotta reopen it. And no, it's not. Oh, there it is. There we go. Yeah, I mean, still vol shorts, right? They're not widening the spread at all. Like correlation's not really dipping much, but they're still pushing. So they haven't. I would say they haven't given up yet. However, tomorrow comes with like a big loss in Delta, and with that drop in Delta, I mean, like it's not insignificant. I think as of yesterday's close, today didn't change it too much because we only went up 50 bips, but I think as of yesterday's close, the SPX is dropping 880 million or a billion, sorry, 880 billion in delta net. Um, a lot of that in the money calls. So it's pretty significant. The October and November expiry is not really carrying a very significant amount of delta. And then the December expiry is the next highest. And that's honestly, that's not that crazy yet either. It's about 796 billion. Definitely not replacing the delta falling off. And then Gamma's about 18 billion. That's falling off tomorrow too. And if we look at the exposures, oh sorry. If we look at the exposures, an 18 billion drop in total delta bring it to like, or 800 billion drop in total delta would bring it to from about 3.8 trillion to 3 trillion. I think the important part about that is like this positive Vana down here is gonna fall off. Like all the Vana, all this charm, all this supportive charm that's been keeping us floating where we're at, that's gonna be gone. So that delta wiped out. And currently, that delta's been very helpful in keeping spot above 6,600 and 6,500 and above the collar. So I think some mean reversion is in order. The other kind of interesting thing about that is like if we go to like if you look at like the IV 10 on SPXW. Trim these a little so you can kind of see what's going on. Like if you look at these fucking HVs are so low relative to IV, and if we see historic vol start to move back up, especially on the 10-day, which is at 5.84, that might be a really good signal that like vol on the front end is going to get unpinned a bit. So keep an eye on that. Close over close. I mean, you want to pay attention to that HV level, especially with like skew kind of picking up a little bit on the 10-day. Iceberg calving gif. Yeah, there's actually quite a lot of event vol for tomorrow as well. That might be something else to watch out for. Although I'm not actually sure what data we have tomorrow. I think we just have nothing from the US. We have German PPI, British retail sales, some ECB speakers. Yeah. So this is just because it's quad witching, but yeah. Well, one is historic volatility and one is implied volatility. So one is how volatility has behaved in the past, and one is what is an implied volatility is what's being priced into the future. There's a spread between those values, and if that spread is positive, it's considered, the carry or the padding on short vol is considered positive. If that spread is negative, it's or well, that spread is negative, then there's no padding or And so, if historic volatility is substantially lower than implied volatility, then there is a benefit to being short vol, and vice versa. Yeah, no problem. BOJ rate decision is tonight. I forgot about that. That's an excellent point. That shit's super important. However, I don't think they're going to do anything. I will say that every other time the BOJ has raised rates, they have informed, FX markets vis-a-vis either speakers or Nikkei News or both, like 48 hours in advance of a rate hike. Um, so, however, if they do, yeah, whoa, that could be a big fucking deal. So, yeah, keep an eye on that because that would be effectively another Fed cut. Well, kind of, especially with leverage up today. Back Monday next week. I'll be back Sunday for the Sunday stream. I mean, I'm gonna be back tomorrow. I just don't think I'm gonna be back before market close. Let it ride, pickles. Yep. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. I wish you guys the best of luck tomorrow with quad witching, and I will see you bright and early. Well, actually, no, I'll just see you Sunday for the member stream. Have a good one, everyone. Later.